Hello everybody, welcome to Montezuma where it is 55 degrees, cloudy, and occasionally a bit rainy. I see in the air a great blue heron, and I've seen one or two others. I've also seen green-winged teals, northern shovelers, Canada geese, mallards, red-winged blackbirds, common grackles, pigeons, a bald eagle. What else have I seen? That's just about it. May have technical issues today already, and seem to be having some connection issues of late that are of concern, and I'm looking into remedying them, but I haven't done so yet. Let me just make sure everything's up and running. I think so. I've done so yet. No, I just it takes a bit to keep things connected the way I like to have them connected, and a few things have to cooperate. And lately, I saw a lack of cooperation. I'll put it that way. Last week. And it has me concerned. And quite honestly, I would prefer... Oh, I forgot to mention the purple martins. I'd like to deal with some things differently than I have been for various reasons. I'm just not sure if it's possible, if the devices exist to make that happen. I was thinking about it this morning. I just saw a robin. Oh, hey. Hold on. Small bird on the ground. Looks like a sparrow of some sort. We're just going to take a quick look here. Not a huge amount of activity here at the visitor center pool. Oh, come on. Goodness. Canada geese flying around a bit. May have just heard a song sparrow, I'm not sure. Yes, definitely a song sparrow. Oh, who's that? Hold on. Those turkey vultures look like it. It is a little windy. Oh yeah, okay, hold on. Thought there were two of them. Those are green-winged teals. I did go in the visitor center today. They said, and I don't know if things have changed since last week, but they said that they're really restricting how much time one would have in terms of looking at the owls, the great horned owls. And I'm bringing that up because I was in the visitor center, and I told them what I'm about to tell you is I saw today the first heron that I had seen from home this season. And I would have expected that the first heron I would see from home to be a great blue heron. They're the ones that are probably most likely to be seen from my view from home. But as it turns out, it was actually a green heron. So I've seen my first green heron of the year. Again, that was at home, not here. Just letting you know. It's a male green-winged teal on the left and a female on the right. See that? Where'd they go? I can't see him now. All right, let's keep moving here. We may have some rain to contend with. It was warmer earlier. The temperatures are dropping today. I mean, they're not dropping into the freezing temperatures today, but I mean down into the 50s from the 60s. I hear a robin singing, and that looks like a swallow or possibly I don't know if that's a purple martin. It's been a somewhat interesting week for me, and I did post video, if you're interested, of the owls that we saw last Saturday, but I've also posted a couple other videos. Red and blackbird there. So if you can find your way to the channel, there might be something of interest for you to watch. These are purple martins. Well, are they all purple? That's not a purple martin. That's a house sparrow there. You know what? I want to look at something. What I'm wondering is if it's possible to see the owls from the parking lot area, you know, before we to the actual drive, Wildlife Drive. I don't believe it's possible, but if we could, that would be nice. A couple robins flying around. I can't see them from here. My thinking was if we could see them from here, we would have, you know, more time if we decide to take it. To look at them, and we would just have to have, you know, more long distance viewing, but maybe we could manage it. Yeah, they've got a sign there that says "Keep your visit brief," and we're going to, you know, we will keep the visit brief. In fact, I think what we'll do is we'll try to get set up from now, and then we'll spend as little time as possible getting there and setting up and everything, and maybe we'll be in. You know, I'm going to switch cameras. Now, we had a good look at the owls last week. Again, we're approaching a great horned owl nest. And pretty sure I know where it is again. I see it. I don't know if I see anyone in it from here. You know, I'll tell you. Okay, hold on. I can't see it yet because of the car that's ahead of us. All right, now I can see it. I hear a killdeer. A lot more fluff than last week. Last week we were lucky enough to see an adult with them. I don't see an adult in there now, at least not from here. And I'm looking around. Let me look with binoculars. If there's an adult around, I don't see it. Hear an eagle. Alright, we're going to move on. I just want to get out of the way and move right along. It's very important for me to remember that, the world does not revolve around my bird watching. And I try as much as I can to respect all the wildlife that we might see. I try not to disturb them. And, if the people here who know more than I do are, feel a concern that we might disturb the owls, well, I'm very willing to abide by their restrictions. And maybe we could have stayed there longer. I don't know, but I didn't want to do that. Well, I did want to do that, but I didn't want to disturb them. So, off we go. We had a little bit of a longer look last week, and I don't believe we disturbed the owls by doing so. For a while, the adult was looking at us, and apparently it was the female. She looked at us a bit, but then she looked away, and quite honestly, it seemed like she didn't care. She was okay. And again, I'm not out to disturb anything, and I don't like it when people try to get a bird or anything to come into their view, and they make noises and everything, or they try to draw an animal out. That I just can't handle that. Just don't do it. Who's that? Hold on. Turkey vulture, maybe? Well, maybe not. I think it might be an eagle. And it is. hearing a red-winged blackbird. This eagle is just gliding along. I'm not up there with it, but I suspect it's just making good use of the wind a bit. We're gonna let it go. Is that somebody there? No. There have been reports, I haven't seen any today, of American white pelicans here. Maybe very distant, but here on the main pool. I'd love to see them if possible, but I don't know if they're still around. They're, for the area, they're considered a rarity. I see a Canada goose probably on a nest. A lot of cars up ahead, and I see a lot of those cars with their brake lights on, so I wonder if there's something there. It could be they're just looking out, onto the main pool. Well, that's likely, but I mean, are they seeing anything in particular? I don't know. I mean, there's a little bit of precipitation falling at the moment. It's not major, but, it's enough to spoil a view if it gets on a lens. Blue-winged teals. Right over here. Let's see if we can get a look at them. Oops. The male's behind. It's a small duck. Hold on a second. Oh, come on. Silly, stupid corded wires. Get coiled up on everything. Right. Notice the white crescent on his face. Cute. And she's got pretty patterning of her own. I just heard a swamp sparrow. So again, these are blue-winged teals. A small duck. We've got some vegetation in our way, and hold on a second. I have a turtle over here somewhere. Thought so. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, there it is. So, rather large turtle. So watch out. Watch out, teals. think we're hearing greater yellowlegs, which are shorebirds. Alright, we'll move on. Leave this camera in place for the moment. Just heard a song sparrow, and this is another bald eagle, an adult this time. Who's that down there? Gadwalls, I think? Or maybe not. No, American black ducks. As I said, it is a little windy today, so that's going to be an occasional cause of concern. You know what, I need to set you down and look for something. Great heron flying by. There, I think, are some gadwalls. Over here, better lower the window. Male on the left, female on the right. Not much else going on there, so I'll close the window. Through. And there's, to the naked eye, there's not much going on out there, but a closer look and there you'll see that there is probably a fair amount. There's eagle activity. And I've seen also there's swans out there. There are great egrets out there, I believe. Great egret there, and great blue heron. Are those by any chance? Well, we'll take a look soon. Cormorants out there. Okay, so let's, we'll get to things in a semi-orderly manner. Wish it weren't so windy. I think I'm hearing, maybe from a little bit behind us, greater yellowlegs, but I'm not sure. Not sure. I'm not sure what I'm hearing. If those are, I don't know. We're going to move forward, I think. Let me just take a quick look with binoculars. If there are pelicans here, I haven't seen them. It's a great egret there. All right, let's move forward. Is that a teal? Green-winged teal? I think it might be. Yes, looks like it. Teals out there. And I'm not sure who was making that sound. Oh, there's a can of potatoes. Seemed like there was more activity last week. Or I think things are. There's more motion, more. it's moving around. Actually, I'm not sure who that is. Is that pectoral by any chance? Let me see. Solitary. Oh, okay. Thank you, RC. But the other one, where was it? The other, so that was oh, there. I'm looking at a solitary sandpiper now. And the other is, I'm looking with a naked eye now, I don't see it. The other was a greater yellow legs. Oh, I think I do see it, but it's, I don't know if I can get it. Sorry about that. Unless it's a lesser yellow legs, I'm not sure, but it just drives me crazy. Okay, let's move on. Oh, wait. Giving me a hat here without wearing a hat. Okay, now out here are, you can see there's an eagle out there, and then we've got around a mute swan. Eagles back there, and at least one thing, and then a number of just massive move forward here. I may have just gotten some dust on the other camera's sensor as the camera came apart. You know, came off the lens. Oh, distance. That looks like a turkey vulture there. Anyway, this wind is a little annoying. And we have a few ducks out here. See, things are, let me just show you, starting to have more, some areas exposed, no longer covered by water. And out here we have gadwalls, maybe a green-winged teal or two with them. Canada geese here, and I think gadwalls. While we're here, who's that way out here? Is that? This one. You can, I don't know if you can hear it, probably hear it, and I can hear it and feel it. That wind is really pushing the car. I mean, it's comfortable in here and everything, of course, but because I have the windows closed right now. Oh, I'm not sure if I just saw a barn swallow or not. It didn't seem to be of the coloration of a tree swallow. It seemed more like a barn swallow. These are double-crested cormorants. And that's a double-crested cormorant. And closer to home, gadwalls. And we might get a decent look at a great egret. We haven't really had any good looks at them yet this season. Blue-winged teals again. There's a great egret over here, and if it stays put, we might get a decent look. But I have to find a clear line of sight. We might have one. I swear this cable gets right in the way. Oh, just saw a tern, I think. Again, this is a great egret. Very similar to the great blue heron, but a little smaller, and obviously white. And also nearby, I believe this is a pied-billed grebe right here. Great blue heron for comparison. It's right here. Another great blue heron just flew through our view and landed nearby. You might be able to hear them. I'm hearing Caspian terns. move on, I think. Look like it's some sort of shorebird, I think. Okay, hold on. Oh, and we've got canvasbacks back there. So again, double crescent cormorants, you can see there. I don't know if it really is a coordinated thing, but I have a feeling it's at least semi-coordinated. They help each other in a way. They're driving the fish, maybe. And then I saw farther out, hard to see with the naked eye, but we have canvasbacks out here, and that is a ruddy duck. And a female ruddy duck. That's a female, and wait, I think it's a female, and behind the canvasback, the male canvasback, is a male ruddy duck. Oh, and that's a redhead. So canvasback on the left, male, or behind him now, ruddy duck. I'm sorry, redhead. So, and well, now canvasback behind and redhead in the foreground. Are there any other redheads? I don't know. No. And then who's over here? Are these pied-billed grebes? Okay, thought so. Okay, let me just set you down for a bit. I'm going to look with binoculars quickly. Something, 1 second. feeling the pelicans are no longer around. Could be wrong, but I just get that feeling. Either that or else we've just missed them entirely. It's possible too. Maybe even more likely, actually. Cormorants are flying around a bit. And there's some cormorant activity actually in the channel on the other side. See a muskrat. Oh, and looks like some northern shovelers. Have a few Canada geese on the road behind us. Back a little ways. This is an aristocratic gray blue heron. Looks like it's walking around with its nose in the air. I am better than you. Okay, hold on one second. Let me see if this is worth. You know, this might be worth it. I've got to set up with the other camera. One second. There's too much junk in here. Come on, beanbag. Get out of the way, would ya? In the way all day. had this vehicle a number of years now, and you would think by now I would no longer need the warning that I should keep my eyes on the vehicle or on the road. I mean, how many more times do I have to have it? Every 6-7 days I get that warning. I didn't buy a vehicle, I bought a nanny. Did you know that? Okay, hold on, I'm having a hard time getting this thing. Figured out. Hold on, something is wrong with this thing. Yeah, I messed it up. Sorry everybody, this is taking too long. I'm hearing an osprey. What is going on with this thing? There we go. These are cormorants, double-crested cormorants. And here are some out of the water. That's what I wanted to really look at. We see them out of the water often enough, but usually they just happen to be a little bit far away. Just heard a song sparrow. You can hear that wind blowing. We're going to move. I'm going to leave everything in place for the moment. Oh, well, nothing. I think that's okay. Just wanted to look there. All right, let's switch camera. Okay, just let's stop here for a second. I've got to deal with gear. Wait, hold on. Looks like a bald eagle to me. I can't even shut down the car because the wire gets in the way. So it's a young bald eagle. And we're going to switch camera. What's that over there? Okay. Give me a minute, if you would. Oh, hold on. Eagles chasing after each other. Stupid wires. Okay, I can't really stay with them now. Alright, let me get things sorted out here. Give me a minute. I gotta change this system somehow. It's just not. Just too clumsy. Funny. Sometimes a great blue heron can look positively huge, and then sometimes it looks very small. Naked eye, somehow this one looks small. I guess the context, is a situation. There are others behind it. Maybe less so, but I think they're all the same size, I'm not saying. Hold on. Song sparrow. And I'm going to point you at a couple different herons, and then I'm going to look around with binoculars. So these two, which you've seen before. I can get the camera still. Okay, now the herons are still. Let me just look around with binoculars. We'll move along. A number of herons are here, though. Great blue heron to our left. They really are just beautiful birds. And some particular poses in particular, they just look really beautiful. When their neck is outstretched. Maybe the wings are extended. Up ahead on the trail is a common grackle, or on the road, right on the edge of the road. I'm not sure how happy the grackles are lately. Sorry. And he's got the license plate that says half-wit. Lately, I'm not sure if the common grackles are happy because I've run out of the seed cylinders that I had been using over the winter. You know, the suet and seed. Done for the season. But I still have loose bird seed, which I make sure they empty out my feeders every day. Just saw that osprey just went to the water and it looks like it did catch something. Northern Harrier. Let it go just because of where it is. Okay, I'm going to set you down. Seen any sandhill cranes today. Not that we were seeing a lot here, but we were, seeing maybe one or two. Up ahead on the road, European starlings. Could be the weather, but it was actually relatively quiet even in terms of bird vocalizations. Now last week Now maybe it was in this stretch here, and I don't have the windows open right now, but last week I did hear a marsh wren, and we did hear 1 or 2 swamp sparrows today, but you know, we heard them more often last week. A few birds up ahead on the road, including a couple red-winged blackbirds, and someone just flew off, whoever it was. Pardon me, sir. Crack me up. Last night I was trying to get things cleaned up, and have the bird feeders refilled and everything, and hopefully have no one else visit for the night, or at least not make a mess that a mouse would come and eat. And had everything all cleaned up. And sure enough, 3 red-winged blackbirds come along. Luckily, they didn't make a mess. We have a couple ducks here. Oh, and I just saw a tree swallow. And who are the ducks? Ringneck ducks. Male first, then the female dove, and there's another male here. Female right there. Oh, if you look, I think we could just see the ring around his neck. A little bit. are some tree swallows flying around. Canada goose. You can see that ring. Barely see it, but it's there. See the ring at the base of his neck? Ring-necked duck. Okay, we'll move along. So, we might have some hooded mergansers here also. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so hooded mergansers are there. I don't know if we'll get a look at them or not. Well, we might. Come on, where are you? Okay, we just dove. All right, we're gonna let him go. Disappointingly, I'm already getting a warning about changing the battery. I can't believe it, but it is what it is. Look at that, at least with binoculars, the eagle nests to our right. And I don't see anybody in there, at least not from here. So I think we'll move right along. take another look at it in a moment. From here I don't see anybody in the nest. See a robin to our left, and I think I just saw another one fly away to our right. Swallow of some sort. A couple ducks. Oh, looked like blue-winged teals flew away just now. And on the road ahead, who's that, a robin? Get off the road, would you? Okay, it did. There it is. I have some sad news, and that is, this was sad for me. I told you either it was last week or the week before about a robin nest that was, the nest was placed right on top of the light next to my front door. Well, I don't know exactly what happened, but earlier this week, one morning I saw it, the whole nest on the ground, and the eggs had cracked. So I don't know if it simply fell, or if there was, some kind of a struggle or something, with another predator. I don't know. I'm guessing that it simply fell. It had been kind of windy, but not super windy. And I don't know if that would have been affected or not. I think it was Monday morning, actually, now that I think about it, that I found it. Nothing going on in the Benning Marsh that I can see. There is a great blue heron over here on the other side, but not in a good spot for us in terms of viewing. At least I don't think so. It's still reading 55 degrees, but I'll admit, it feels nice to have the windows closed and the heat turned up a bit just to warm up. I think it's, it wouldn't be really, it's not really bad outside, but the wind is making a difference. This was bald eagle flying around. Just chasing each other around maybe a little bit. Oh, what's that? Yes. Gulls of some sort, I believe. I would say that was a swamp sparrow. I don't know if you heard it or not, but mallard. I don't know if you saw it. I didn't focus on that Canada goose we just passed. But it opened its mouth almost like a little bit of a hiss, like keep moving, keep moving. Can't stay with it. You know, we didn't really watch, you know, ducks all that much. I mean, we weren't looking at thousands and thousands of ducks, but we've seen a decent variety of ducks here today. You know, even if it was just one of a given species. You know, we saw a couple ruddy ducks, for instance. We saw one redhead. We saw a number of canvasbacks, ring-necked ducks, gadwalls, mallards, northern shovelers. So, you know, not the biggest variety we've seen, but a decent variety. Blue-winged teals, green-winged teals. Oh, come on. Another northern harrier, or maybe the same one, I don't know. Making good use of the wind. I'm not going to be able to stay with it if it keeps going in that direction. And we'll let it go. In terms of traffic here, there's been good traffic today. I mean, I've seen a lot of cars. There are a number of them, just behind us. Have to wonder, like, what are these people here for? Are they bird watchers? Are they dedicated bird watchers? Are they people who have just heard, oh, you should just go see the birds at Montezuma, see some eagles? Are they here for some other reason? But if they're bird watchers, are they casual bird watchers? Are they regular bird watchers? Just wonder. For instance, I mean, we encounter people at Sapsucker Woods on the trails, and, very often, I mean, you can tell these people aren't bird watchers, they're just here for a walk or whatever, and, they're not regulars there. Or if they are regulars, they're not necessarily there to see birds, maybe they just think of it as a good place to walk. And, I do wonder about this area, and I've mentioned this before. I mean, I think some people probably just come here, because they're told, oh, you can see bald eagles there, and so maybe they come for the bald eagles, and pretty much that's it. I don't know. And that's fine if you do come here just to see bald eagles. You might have to be patient. Even today, we've seen a number of bald eagles, and finding them has not been difficult. They've been flying around, they've been on the ground, we've seen them. But, if you're looking, if you're not familiar with bald eagles and might expect all of them to have white heads and white tail feathers, you might see some of the younger birds that we've seen and think nothing of them. That's not a bald eagle, it's just a big bird of some sort. And you may not realize that they are, yes, also bald eagles. There's a great blue heron in the channel to our left. It was close, but I think if we had stopped to look at it, not only would we have blocked the road, but we might have spooked the heron. Don't want to do that. Hey, so I just flew across the road, a small bird. And I think that's gonna just about do it for Wildlife Drive. To our left is, what is it? Another grackle. A grackle. Common grackle. And yes, that is it for Wildlife Drive today. Here. Let's see if we can take a look at the rookery here at Shocky Pool. Before we do that, let me just look ahead. I see a number of looks like gulls above the water. And looks like something else is above the water. I don't know if it's an osprey or an eagle. I hear a Canada goose. I hear an eagle. looks like... Hold on. You know what? Let's switch cameras. I think this is an osprey. It is. And so we're hearing Canada geese also, and out here, like I said, there's some gull activity. And are there any eagles in the trees by any chance? We'll take a quick look. Not that I see right off the bat. Back to that osprey if we can find it again. Is that it? I don't know. I don't think so. That looks like an eagle, I think. Is it? I would say. Just heard a song sparrow. Okay. Let's see if we can have a look at the rookery. Did I see a baby up there? Stand up, would you, if you don't mind? Hey! Hey, babies! Oh yeah, we've got some babies up there already. They've hatched. Okay. We need to do an equipment swap. Give me a minute. Let me point you in that direction generally, but I need the other scope. This coat really gets in the way. Oops, sorry, I need a minute. In fact, we're going to zoom in a lot, maybe too much. I need something to deal with something. What do I see flying out there? 1 second. Okay, close. I knew that would happen. Sorry, I gotta get something. Give me a minute. I knew that would happen. Stupid lens caps and things like that just don't cooperate. Let's see. And you might say, well, we're not any closer now. It doesn't look any closer. Well, it doesn't yet. But we might get closer. Just trying to see if there are any with the chicks visible. Can't see them there. Steady if we can. Well, at least we had a brief look at chicks. Not much activity in terms of, adults flying in and out. All right, maybe we'll move on. I think we'll do that. Just want to look at something while we're still here. Okay. I need to tend to the other scope and everything, so give me a minute. I wanted to see, I was hoping to see the chicks a little bit better, and we switched scopes to get a closer look, and by then everyone had settled down, and couldn't see. Oh well, that's the way it is. I think, we'll may have another opportunity, in the coming weeks. Okay, let's get going. It is tempting to maybe climb the tower and look around, but it's windy. And our luck here in terms of seeing other stuff hasn't been so great, or actually over the last few years. I'm not saying it would be bad today, but Canada Goose to our right on the Maze Point side. A couple of them actually. .53 degrees now, apparently. I don't know what the weather's going to be like over the next few days. I really didn't pay attention on the rest of the forecast. I just want to pull over here and look into the Maze Point side. One second here. Tree swallows, and I did see other Canada geese, and that's just about it. So let's keep moving, I guess. And there's a bald eagle in the trees up ahead to our right. Almost right across the road from the nest, and there's a vehicle behind us, so I don't want to hold things up terribly. Someone just flew up from the road. I didn't get a look at it. Maybe a cardinal or a robin, I'm not sure. Could have been something else. So above the pond, that's to our right, number of, looks like swallows. Tree swallows. And maybe something else, I'm not sure what. They might all be tree swallows. Welcome to East Road, by the way. Looks like the field to our left has been prepped for something. I don't know if they've already planted, but I mean it's clearly undergone some kind of preparation. And a number of Canada geese to our right. And turkey vulture, I think. Notice that wobbly flight path style, and as it glides, and also I don't know if you saw it, but like a silvery edge to the wings all along the wing. If you saw just silvery coloration at the tips of those wings, to on either side, then you might say, oh, we've probably got a black vulture, which is more rare, but they're around. But that was a turkey vulture. Some smaller birds flew across the road just now, and where are they? Look like sparrows or something, but I'm not sure. Some kind of large bird up ahead in the air. To the naked eye, there's nothing going on down in the marsh, but that's just to the naked eye. And let me just stop taking a look with binoculars. There's a blackbird. Bald eagle in the air. Where'd it go? There it is. Canada goose down there. Really not much activity overall. We may not stay at all. A lack of activity here, or in the marsh, at this time of year is really not surprising. Given what I've seen over the last, since I ever started coming here. I think we're going to move on. Ducks of some sort. Another turkey vulture. I hear a robin. Hold on, I'm not sure what else I might be hearing. Oh, it's just a couple robins. One singing, one calling an alert. By the sound of it. All right, let me set you down for a bit. Well, there are a few ducks out there. I want to see what they are. So we'll take a quick look. Great blue heron. Okay, now there are a few ducks, like I said, so let's see if we can find out what they are. Green-winged teals. And were there any others? Those also look like teals. More. Nobody out there. We're going to move on very shortly. Another cannon goose down there, huh? Okay, let's move on. Just having landed on the one, is that a robin? Yeah, another robin. Got a couple ATVs behind us, 3 of them. Depending on water levels and things like that, I do expect the activity level to increase in the marsh, you know, as the months progress. And you know, right now we've seen a number. You know, obviously we've seen quite a few great blue herons in total today. And, you know, where are the great blue herons going to go? Well, they're going to go where the food is, of course. And And, right now the hunting is apparently pretty good around the main pool, which isn't that far away from there. And the rookery is where it is, and, obviously in the rookery you have a number of adults, plus either eggs or chicks. And so probably see an increase in the number of great blue herons around once, everybody hatches and they're able to, I see some pictures, and they're able to move around by themselves. And we might see, as we often have in prior years, if the water levels are right, we might see a lot of heron activity, and great blue heron, and, maybe some other members of the heron family, depending on when we're there and everything, including, great egrets and possibly the other, smaller heron family birds that we've seen in the past there. And, there have been times when we've been to East Road and you look out and you see, at least 20 great egrets and at least 20 great blue herons, just scattered along. And I say at least 20, those are conservative numbers, especially, for both. And I always think back to those times when I went there in the evenings, looking for the very rare, for the area, roseate spoonbill. And just the other activity that would be there on those evenings is just amazing. But again, water levels have to be right, and there has to be a reason for the birds to be there. Hey. Think about it, we're always wondering about a given area. Are there reasons for the birds to be there? And as I mentioned over the last few months, we would spend time, and you'll notice we haven't done this the last few weeks, but we would spend time traveling back towards Ithaca and making stops to look out on the lake, and we would see some good activity. And we haven't been doing that lately. Well, why haven't we? Well, because the birds are elsewhere. I know, I didn't say that. It was deliberate. There's no one around, so why burn the bulb? Down to 52 now. Welcome to Van Dyne Spoor Road. That osprey had a fish. And I see also, it looks like a crow. Couple grackles, maybe. Yeah, it looks like grackles. I think. Starlings to our left. I did ask, and there's a car up ahead coming back this way by the looks of it, and maybe another one heading in our direction, the same direction we are. I did ask, and apparently the tree clearance that we see to our right is just basically just, you know, utilities did it just to keep things clear and free of roots and other things that could cause damage. And they do it periodically, although I don't remember it being done to this extent, like, but maybe I missed it or whatever. Thought I might have heard something. Definitely two cars. One I can see his headlights coming this way, the other is heading as we are. Starting to see a little bit of green, buds on the trees and bushes. May have seen some of that last week too, but more now. And soon on either side of us, it'll be very difficult to see very far. Everything will fill in with leaves. The other night, I made my first visit of the year to a local bird watching spot that I like. I didn't really see much, but I don't know what I just saw. I don't know if it was an osprey or... There it is. Looks like... I don't know. Anyway, didn't see much. And I don't know if I was really I wasn't expecting to see much, especially because last year wasn't so great. Maybe the last couple of years, actually. But anyway, didn't necessarily expect to see much, but it was just relaxing. And, it was a nice night, too, I have to say. And I wasn't there too long, but my point is, and I've mentioned it before, if you know someone who might enjoy bird watching, you might want to encourage them. Just, find a spot. Especially if you can guide them, there are a lot of birds here. Go and just relax and look, and you might enjoy it, See a fair amount of, the grass is growing. Some of the other ground vegetation is obviously green and growing. I just want to listen here for a moment. I think that was a swamp sparrow, if I had to guess. Just heard. Song sparrow. And I see what looks like a northern harrier. It's through the windshield, so we're not going to give you a good look, so I'm not going to bother. I think I hear a robin. Some muskrat. just heard a common gallinule. That was the... Oh, I see a great blue heron. At least I thought I did. Red-winged blackbird. I'm hearing, I believe, a pied-billed grebe. Let's stop here for a second. Blue-winged teals. And what am I hearing? Am I hearing coots by any chance? More blue-winged teals and green-winged teals. Song sparrow, and there's a redhead there. All right, let's get the other thingamabobs out and see if we can use the other camera. 1 second. Oh, come on. There we go. Come on, don't take so long. I think we're hearing a gallinule, but it could be a coot, but I'm not sure. I think it's... Oh, come on, why is this thing not working? Sorry. You're going to work. If you don't work, I'm going to throw you in the garbage. What do you think about that? There we go. It was afraid of me. Hold on a second. Okay, now that everything is ready, everyone has moved on, but so that's a common gallinule behind a couple gadwalls. More gadwalls. And that's a blue-winged teal, by the way, who just flew in, the male. And I think we might have to move a little bit. I think we're hearing green-winged teals. Those are redheads there. I think green-winged teal, but I'm not positive. Alright, let's move forward a little bit. Stop right here. Blue-winged teals. Catwalls there. Green-winged there. Blue-winged back there. Number of tree swallow. A number of common gallinules are here. No surprise. Okay, let's move forward. Oh, I just saw a raptor. It looked like it might have, I don't know, not a red-tailed hawk. It looked like it might have either been a Cooper's hawk or might have been a falcon. I don't know, a peregrine falcon. But it's out of view now. Sorry, it's a bumpy road here, as you know. Alright, let's stop here, I think. Yeah. Just take a look around. There's a gallinule there. Oh, are we hearing? Might be hearing. This is a northern harrier. We might have been hearing a Caspian tern. Sounds like it. I don't see it, but it sounds like it. I still don't see the. I'm hearing a tern. I don't see it. I don't know where it is. Are they over here? That could be. What was that? Hold on a second. Is that a... Great blue heron way out there. Another gallinule. Not a duck. Looks... If we were to see it a little better, you'd say it looks more like a chicken. But it has that same overall form factor. And that, let's shut off the engine here. That looks like an American coot there. Very similar to the common gallinule. Is that a crow that I saw? Maybe. Yeah, crow. Let's move forward. Yeah, the gallinules are definitely here. I keep seeing them. So they're around. They've returned. You know, the coots we see, you know, they seem to winter on Cayuga Lake, for instance, but that's not, doesn't seem to be true of the gallinules. I don't know how far they go, but they go farther, definitely. my point is, to see that's a muskrat. To see maybe not here, for instance, but to see an American coot in our travels during the winter is not at all surprising. But if I were to see a common gallinule, I would find it very surprising. Beautiful great blue heron. And it just landed there moments ago. And is there anything else around? No, not really. Oops, hold on. Okay. That raspy call you're hearing, that's a Caspian tern. I don't see it, but that's what it is. Yeah. See a Canada goose over here, Indo goose. American coot. May have just seen a pied-billed grebe. It dove, and I don't know where it is now. Mallards. Looks like mallard and is that a blue-winged teal? I think so. Yes, mallard and a blue-winged teal. The mallard. Sounds like more Canada geese are out there somewhere. I don't necessarily see them, but... Well, there are a few out there. I saw them. I mean, they're laughing. They almost sound like they're laughing. Those are common gallinules that are doing that. That's a coot there within view, though. But closer to us, though, I think there's a gallinule there. I think. Yes. So plenty of gallinule vocalizations we're hearing today. Didn't see any, for instance, I don't believe we saw any on Wildlife Drive, and not that that's necessarily remarkable, but there have been other years when we've seen lots of common gallinule activity there. Coot. I can't stay with it just because of my setup here. We probably won't be here too much longer unless we see something really out of the ordinary. Coot. We haven't even seen that many great blue herons here today. I mean, I'm not saying they aren't here, but we haven't seen them. We've seen, maybe one or two. Mallards there. These are redheads. I might see some cormorants. I'm not sure yet. Oh, is there some white out there? I think so. Looks like a swan. Is that a mute swan? Yes, that's a mute swan way out there. Hope it's okay. And are those, who's that? Gadwalls? Maybe. Oh, I don't know. No, mallards. Someone just dove here. Grebe, pied-bill grebe. What did I hear? Might be hearing a killdeer. Not sure. And I just saw a mourning dove, and I saw earlier a robin I didn't mention, but now I have. Common grackles, and I think we have cormorants over here. Yes, double-crested cormorants. And while we're here, what happened? Oh, no wonder. don't believe there's anybody up there, at least not that we can see from here. I believe that is an eagle nest. Okay, let's switch. Well, hold on one second. Okay, let's switch cameras. Come on. Quit fighting me. I think we're going to make our way right out of here. You know, only stopping if I happen to see something, but... So really nothing out of the ordinary here today. But we have seen, you know, very obviously that the gallinals have returned. first time we came up here this year, we did see in the distance at least one, probably two sandhill cranes, but we haven't seen any since. And it doesn't mean they're not here. Given how we saw them that first time and where we saw them, really was lucky to see them at all. And they may still be out there, but just beyond our vision because of all the vegetation between us and them. I was hoping that we would see one, but still no sign. No idea if they're here or not. One more pothole before you leave. Sparrows of some sort, I think. overall, I'd say Van Dyne's Tour was kind of quiet. I had hoped to see more. But, you know, if you think about the main pool, granted, the main pool at, along Wildlife Drive is changing. It's being drained. We saw some ducks, but we didn't see that many ducks. And to not see so many ducks there in Van Dyne's Tour is not really that surprising. It's probably more of a stopping point, just like much of the area is. And, many of the ducks will have already headed further north. So again, not really that surprising. And, we didn't see many herons there. And of the herons, just great blue herons. We didn't see any great egrets. Didn't see any, certainly any of the other smaller herons. In some ways, it's been a quiet day. In some ways, but if you look at it, I mean, didn't see much there or at East Road, but Wildlife Drive, actually, we did see a good variety. Maybe not as much as last week, but a good variety overall. Easy to assume that everyone, all the birds are back here already, and I would say that's not the case. There's still, I'm sure quite a few species that have yet to return. I mentioned in the visitor center today that I had seen a green heron, and people I spoke to, they're like, "Oh, I haven't seen one yet," and my sighting may have been a relatively lucky one. Just happened to be within my view from home. First I saw it in a tree, and then, assuming it was the same one, I did see it on the ground, really at the stream. Like it was about to strike, and then it didn't. And then I wasn't watching closely, but I saw with the naked eye. I don't know if the Canada geese disturbed it or something. Then it took off. For a time when I was watching it, it looked like a goose was like kind of watching over it, as if like it was considering the green heron as a threat, but I don't know. Then it seemed to swim on, and but then, like I said later, it seemed like I don't know if the geese disturbed the green heron, or if it just happened to fly when they were nearby. I don't know. think we will, at the intersection, just drive straight ahead and see if there's anything going on Armitage Road. Probably won't be much, if anything, but you never know. I imagine the fields have been prepped, or they're in the process of being prepped. But, on the pole we're passing, just saw an osprey there. And up ahead there's something in the air as well, straight above the road. Looks like a turkey vulture, I think. Yeah, I believe so. And looking at the fields ahead, other than some puddles, looks like there's not much water to draw attention. Yeah, I'd say there's nothing going on here, so we're going to turn right around. I really didn't necessarily expect anything, but can always be hopeful. Checking any area obviously, requires time and possibly effort. But you might see something in that area. If you don't check, you never know what you missed. That osprey is it eating? Oh, maybe not. No, I think it is. We're going to likely take a break pretty soon, and I'll drive back to Ithaca. As I said earlier, months ago, actually not even months, maybe just several weeks ago, we would have been driving back, if not the entire way together, at least part of the way, because we would, on the first part of the trip back down to Ithaca, there are nice detours to make along Cayuga Lake and to look at waterfowl and other birds around the lake. And, that's a little different today, given the time of year. I didn't see much on the lake. I did on my way here see some buffleheads, and I did see red-breasted mergansers, possibly some common mergansers. I wasn't sure. Kind of sure. Osprey It's through the windshield, so it won't be great. So we can see an eagle up there, an adult, and a turkey vulture? Probably. You know something? Probably not. Problem is the angles here are tough. We can't look in on that nest very well at all. Jeez. It's crazy. So Mays Point, I don't know if there's going to be, I mean, there's really little or nothing out on the water, and there's a fair amount of water. I say that because obviously water levels are important, but okay, red-winged blackbird. But there have been some years where there's very little water, or I should say, maybe there was water, but lots of vegetation choking it out. We couldn't see anything. I hear a robin, and I think I see a grackle, but I'm not sure. Okay, I think it's about time we took a break. And I think we'll probably end up restarting in Ithaca around 6:30. Sound good to you? See if you got the message. Oh, we don't want to hear that. Oh well. Hello, everybody! Uh-oh. Hold on a second. Okay, so Big Red is on the nest, and we're looking for Arthur. Welcome to the Cornell campus, everybody. 54 degrees, breezy. I've seen a robin or two. Every wire today has been just annoying. I've seen some ducks too in the air, and who's this? They're cormorants, as it happens. Hey, squirrel. From let me just say this. Oh, jeez. From a bird watching perspective, I'm enjoying the day. We're seeing birds here and there. I want it to continue. From a wire's perspective, I can't wait until today is over. Robin? No, we don't want to hear this. Hey, Robin. Another robin. Hey, and another robin. Stay away from the road. Stay away from the road, you. keep forgetting about this. But we lucked out. Green light. Huh. What do you know? I see him. Yeah. Moment. Sorry, Niels. It's kind of windy. But here is Arthur, a red-tailed hawk, and he's on the clock tower, well, on the scaffolding for the clock tower, which is under repair. Repair and refurbishment. And we're hearing house finches, or I don't know if you can hear them. Okay, let's, hi Arthur, good to see you. We're going to go see if we can look in on the nest and Big Red just a little bit. And then maybe we'll make our way to Sapsucker Woods, although it's windy. It might not be the most pleasant walk we've ever had there. But good to see Arthur. I didn't expect to see him up there because looking with the naked eye, I did not see him at all. And that's pretty much because of what was behind him. He kind of blended in, believe it or not. on. Atkinson open yet? I don't know. I don't know. You know, it's one thing for them to take out that parking lot and put a building there. Whatever. But I'm actually more upset about the field house that they're building. In terms of our bird watching efforts and everything. Okay, let me just have a look here. 1 second. I don't know if we're going to be able to see her. But we'll take a look. 1 second. One moment. I don't know. I would just see. Those are tail feathers, probably. Hi, Big Red. Hi, Eggs. Well, that's all we get. All right, we're going to head to Sapsucker and see if we can have a walk. This person is... Uh-oh, gotta go. Whew. Didn't want to get stuck behind that Subaru. Gotta make up my mind what setup to use at Sapsucker. What are they looking at? Some people were looking up at Bradfield. I wonder if they saw if Arthur went there or something. When we get to the stoplight, I'll take a look with my binoculars at the clock. See if he's still there. I'm not sure if he's still there. He may have... Oh, no, he's there. He's there. He's still on the clock tower, so I don't know what they're looking at. Of course, they could be looking at the building for some reason. Well, who would want to look at that building? Unless there's a hawk on it. grass to our left, a couple Gannon geese. If you like that song, that was Sunset Boulevard by Niels, N-I-L-S. Really like that song. Ducks in the air. Not sure what they are. Looks small. Could be wrong. Uh-oh. Some Canada geese here in the parking lot area. Two of them there. There is an event being held tonight here. I see a robin. And I see another robin. And we have to be careful where we park now, because the geese have been using the parking lot, if you know what I mean. Okay, it's 49 degrees. Welcome to Sapsucker Woods. It's windy. And we'll switch cameras, I think, and we'll use the other setup. I'll need time to make that change. Oh, you know what? 1 second. That was Bali by Brian Simpson, a song I like a lot. Oh, jeez. Hold on 1 second. I gotta deal with some things. some of the technical issues that are problematic. See if we can get a more reliable connection. If I have the wire for it. Do I have the wire for it? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Sorry, I'm having issues here. There's a device I have to use, and it has just a terrible interface. Well, I don't know. I'll leave things as they are right now and see if we can have a walk. Anyway, there's an event here, and quite honestly, I don't think it's a good idea. It's related to amphibians and salamanders and things like that, and I just think that's just not a good idea. It's the sort of thing that I think leads to disturbance of wildlife, but what do I know? And there are children here and everything, and what I don't like personally is when animals of any sort, birds, bugs, amphibians, are handled for the sake of showing children or whatever, and look what we can do and all that. And quite honestly, I think the animals are better off without the interference from human beings, but that's just me. Okay, I still need some time, I'm sorry. Gotta do some battery swaps. The geese have been scared out of the parking lot because there are kids walking through the grass, including one who's waving and swinging a stick around because he's a child and shouldn't be without supervision. Someone should say, please stick to the trails and other things instead of going into the woods and into this and into that. Again, Just my opinion. Quite honestly, at 49 degrees and windy, the weather is not good for any such thing, I would imagine. And maybe not even good for a walk by the Ferris Tour. But we're going to give it a try, as we often do. I am switching cameras because I'm thinking maybe, or I've switched to this one because, you know, my thought and hope is that if we happen to see something and we need to have a better look at it, maybe we'll get that better look. I've got people, including someone who looks like he's probably going to end up being one of the instructors, walking through the grass. I mean, you know, no respect. How on earth did that get tangled around that? Anyway, the geese have been frightened out of the parking lot area. I'm getting there in terms of getting ready to go. Sorry about the delay. It's going to be windy and likely noisy. Alright, I've got to do the battery swap now. I'll let you know, I'm switching to the, instead of the individual batteries, to the overall power system. That's what I usually do here, so I don't have to worry about swapping batteries while we're out there. Or at least that's the hope. And the cord with a mind of its own is not making things easy, as usual, and neither is the other cord that I added just a few. Well, the cord with a mind of its own struck again, so I think, actually I don't know if it's the cord's fault, but I think we're just going to go with batteries and see what happens. Or you know what, let me try one more time, because it's really, let me try one more time. Really want in the neck. Okay, the pain in the neck wire is going to remain in the car while we go off on our own. Sorry about that, but we'll deal with it. I mean, how annoying. Like I said, from a wires and technology standpoint, I can't wait till today is over. Just little things, nothing major, but just little things. Aggravating things. Oh, great. I swear, the iPhone, Apple, and all their foolishness is just ridiculous. They add so many ways that you can trigger either a change in your wallpaper or something like that. And there ends up being too many ways you can accidentally activate something stupid. Like changing your wallpaper just now. I'm trying to just close the phone and get things moving. And it wants to change my wallpaper. Between that and the emoji and memoji and all that other foolishness. I wonder why anyone buys their phones at all. I just need a coat, I think, and a tripod, and we'll see if we can have a walk. You want to know what I'm carrying when I them out there. I'll be right with you. I do hear the frogs. Like I said, I don't like any of these things that are like, oh, let's show kids animals. Let's abuse the animals because we want to show the kids up close. Well, what's the internet for? We're getting there. Sorry about the delay, everybody. That's just the way it is. Here, red-winged blackbirds, the frogs. I only do this to remind you that this is not a professional operation. Reminder. I hear a robin singing. It's windy, no question. We're as ready as we're going to be. Let's go. Welcome to Sapsucker Woods. This is going to be let's get off of here. Find it though. Number of cars here, as you can see. Here for that event, I guess. we are going to do our best to avoid them, although they may go to some of the places that we go, so who knows. As I said, these weather conditions are not conducive, I would say, to any kind of event like this. But maybe I'm wrong. But I mean, you know, it's cold and windy, and you know, kids could get cold. A lot of people up ahead. We'll see if we can sneak by. Excuse me.
Just one child?
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you.
Over here in this corner.
There's not going to be anything at the feeders with that kind of ruckus, so we'll move ahead. It's windy. I'm sorry about the noise you're probably getting from the microphone and the wind. I think I'm hearing. I'm seeing Canada geese, but I think I'm hearing a white-throated sparrow. But we've got a couple Canada geese nearby. Where are you? Come on, where are you? Here. And on the wind. Alright, we're going to move ahead. There's not much going on, and we've got what's sounding more and more like a bad idea to me. I hear Canada geese in the air. Maybe a couple of them? Yes. Oh, more than a couple. I might have just heard a cardinal, northern cardinal. And you can hear the frogs. Oh, I just saw a great blue heron. It's flying above the pond now. I don't see it now, but it definitely flew over the pond. We could try to tag along with that group, and maybe we'd see a tree frog, a beaver. But we won't. in all seriousness, you know, I don't know how quickly they'll move along, and if they're gonna go to various spots and stand for extended periods, you know, it might feel quite cold quite fast. And you know, for the young kids, and there were some young children, they might not enjoy the temperatures. It's windy, and what did I say? It was 49 degrees. I don't know what the wind chill temperature is, but I have to imagine it's you know, maybe close to 40 or lower, given the wind. The sky is actually, I think, lightened up, well, at least here, lightened up a bit. And, you know, as we were coming here, there were a couple moments when the sun was actually kind of poking through in some spots. I wish we could have stayed and looked at the great horned owl nest a little bit longer than we had. I wonder if there may be another spot in the parking lot from which we can look at the great horned owl nest and, you know, be less of a disturbance. We looked on one side of the driveway. I wonder if the other side had a line of sight. Here in the woods, it's pretty quiet. I mean, I'm not hearing any, you know, I'm hearing the geese from the pond area, but I'm hearing nothing else in terms of birds. I hear the people. Oh yeah, they're coming. Oh boy. Oh boy. I want to look in this area, but maybe they'll come this way and we can somehow. I'm not counting on it, but yeah, they're not coming this way. Alright, we're gonna take the long way. Haven't done that in a while anyway. We just might pay for it anyway, though. We might, by the time we get back towards the pond, they may be right where we get back, so who knows. actually this could work in our favor, because why am I here? I'm hoping maybe to see an owl. I'm not saying we will, but I'd like to see one. Our best bet is if there's a vocalization, but every once in a while we have some luck and we happen to spot one. But that's usually the reason why I take this little detour and then walk back. My hope is in this area we'll see an owl. Now, as for other birds, I mean, it's late in the day, but I mean, it's not really dark just yet. Uh-oh, okay, I've got to change the battery. Give me a moment. All right, I'll be right with you. We haven't been here in a little bit, and I see a new birdhouse there, or at least it looks new to me. Kind of a large birdhouse, and with a large opening. So I wonder if there's a specific, or if there's kind of a specific species they're hoping to make use of it. I don't know. Anyway. I mean, is it meant for like pileated woodpeckers or something? I have no idea. If so, it would be interesting to return here and, watch. I'm still a little upset about what happened a couple years ago when we had a pileated woodpecker nest that we found, and it seemed like it was active, and we came back to watch it a few times, and there was activity, and then no activity, and then eventually it was pretty obvious that something had gone wrong. And, it would have been nice to be able to see them feeding the babies and all that. I need my gloves, if you don't mind. sorry. You know, since we entered the woods, other than the geese from the pond, we've heard no birds. Not that I haven't noticed any. No mosquitoes either. Again, what you're hearing are frogs. So you're not hearing, birds chirping or anything like that. Might have just heard a bird. Trail is wet here. I don't know if you can really tell, but it's definitely soggy. I told you about the robin nest at my house, but I didn't tell you about the Canada goose nest that's within my view. Still doing okay as far as I can tell. Saw her on the nest this morning. Haven't been on this boardwalk in a while. I hear someone Sound like a small bird. There it is again. Probably farther away. I'm hearing a dog. I bring up the dog because, you know, if you're not hearing something very well, because it's so distant and you only hear part of it, that can kind of sound, that particular dog can kind of sound like, you know, am I hearing a great horned owl? And because, you know, part of its bark, you don't hear the whole thing, but you might hear hoo, 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 and you might assume it's an owl. Well, let's keep moving. We don't have a lot of time. So we've seen or heard Canada geese, red-winged blackbirds, American robins, one other bird I couldn't identify, possibly a northern cardinal, possibly. Oh, and likely a white-throated sparrow. That's just about it. Oh, and great blue heron. Ow. Oh, that hurt. After a while, the tripod gets heavy to carry. And my knee on it. Switching my grip. These people are looking up at something. Do they see something? Maybe not. Okay. Anyway. Hearing red-winged blackbirds, but they sound like they're, around the pond. And we're back on the Wilson Trail, if you're wondering. It's the, the main trail we usually take. Do I see people up ahead? I think I do. Well, I think I know where they stopped. Yeah, they're still there. How much you want to bet half of them are bored? I think I just heard a common grackle. Yeah, see, some are over there, off the trail, essentially. It's a wet spot, so I'm not surprised if they're looking for amphibians there. And you've got people walking in the woods that probably are off the trail. I don't know if they've been given permission, but I think it's a bad idea. But that's just me. Okay, we'll try to sneak through here. Just disturbing wildlife for no reason. Absolutely no reason. Stop here. That's a robin, I just heard. See, this stretch here, always, I mean, year after year, the roots poke through, and it's dangerous if you're not ready for them or looking for them. And especially if it's getting darker. Even when they have fresh mulch there. I might see somebody out there, I'm not sure who. Couple of Canada geese there as well. All right, we're going to get going before they catch up to us. But it's, you know, in terms of our bird watching, it's quiet here today, there's no doubt. No surprise, really, given the time of day and the weather. You know, things would be quieted down, and I'm sure there are a fair number of birds here. It's just that they're not really out and about and very visible for us. Visible or vocal. Oh, hold on. I just saw something. I still see it, I think. Oh, I can't put the tripod down. Hold on, let me see if it's still there. It's probably a sparrow. I don't know. Oh, just saw motion again. More than likely, well, I don't know if it was a song sparrow or a, well, maybe, I don't know. But I didn't see it well enough. those are flying by. They looked roughly robin-sized or starling-sized, but I don't know. Somewhere in that size, but I'm not sure. I don't think they were robins. I hear a robin now. Sounds agitated. Just wait till those kids come through. And, okay, I see a couple robins. And maybe they're really vocalizing to each other. Last week we didn't walk along the pond on this side because it was getting so dark. I really didn't want to disturb anything, but it's a little bit lighter now. Was it last week? I think so. I see, I think they're Canada geese, but yeah, I saw some white, and I think it was a Canada goose going bottoms up. Yes. So I believe we saw ducks earlier in flight, or I did anyway, and but we haven't seen any on the pond anywhere today. Not that I've performed any sort of survey or anything like that, but am I getting the sense that there's less nesting going on this year? Here? Maybe. I don't know. And again, you know, maybe it's because we've been here late and I haven't really seen the nests or something. I'm going to leave you here for a second. I'm going to look around with binoculars. Sometimes when we're closer to the visitor center, it looks like there are nests all over the place. And I can't say I've really felt that way yet this year. Now, again, we've been here later in the day, and maybe I just haven't seen, that many nests or something. I don't know, but it just seems that way to me. Let's keep going then, I guess. heron in the air. Guessing it's the heron that we saw already. Still in the air. Well, not in the air now. Let me see if I can get it for us. There it is. I hear a robin again up ahead somewhere. More geese coming in? Looks like two just came there for a landing. What are they saying to each other? This part of the pond is mine. Welcome. Oh, a heron. There was a heron here. Shoot. So we've seen two great blue herons here today. I wasn't even looking at it. I was walking. You know what? Because I paused. That's what happened. Alright, well, let's make it back to the car. I didn't want to do that. Sorry, Heron. Well, as I mentioned last week when we were watching a heron in near darkness hunting, they can see well, so it can find its way to another spot, and hopefully it will. A spot where it's comfortable. I don't want that to happen. We're going to make our way to the car because this battery is now dying, which quite honestly is surprising. Maybe it's the cold. It's not that cold, but somehow the batteries are just not lasting today. I've enjoyed the day. I've enjoyed going to the various locations. Wish we had seen more birds and, you know, actually everywhere we went, but considering there was a chance, I saw one forecast that said, you know, really the rain would be earlier in the day and not later in the day, and that's what we pretty much experienced. But there's always the concern that, you know, the forecast will be wrong and you'll have rain all over the place. And we really didn't have that, but we did have some wind. But not high, so I think we're going to call it a day. So I think we're going to call it a day. Oh, sorry. Let me see some. Oh, well, it's not going to die just yet. One thing about batteries, just so you know, if you didn't know already, they have very inconsistent meters. And there was an article I could have read once about why they're inconsistent. I didn't bother to read because it didn't matter. They are inconsistent. Anyway, it went from zero, or went from who knows what to dying to, and now I turn it back on after unplugging it and putting it back in at 68%. So I don't know. I didn't think I had changed it all that long ago. But anyway, I've enjoyed the day. It's always nice to get out. Oh, the battery's showing that it's about to die again, so I'm about to lose you. I want to wish you all well, and I want to thank you also for joining me today. And we will see you next time. I'm not sure I'm going to make it to the car before the battery gives out again. Take care, everybody. Have a great night. Just heard a song sparrow. I think they're starting to make their ways back to their vehicles by the looks of things. So we're here too, and we're going to pack up and we're going to head home. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.